Shall we find out? Okay, so welcome again. Thank you very much for being here. So as it's first thing on the agenda, let's have this music. Okay, so welcome again. Thank you very much for being here. So as it's first thing on the agenda, let's have this music. Okay, so welcome again. This is what happens when it's hybrid. I think it's okay now. I will be giving an extensive overview actually. I'll try to be short, but it's been a lot that we have been doing since August 2019, since we were appointed as head of network of the Health Foundation here in Turkey. Okay. Sorry, okay. In Turkey, as Mr. Nezdet and Mr. Budas mentioned, there are two co-coordinators, one is System Engineers Association and based here in Ankara, and Association of Civil Society Development Institute in Eskişehir here. We have been trying to, during these 2 years, almost, we have tried to, with our activities, to strengthen the core values that the Anali Foundation promotes, but also to enhance further the mission of the network. And as Anali Foundation has, as it's called also, a network of networks, because it is based in 42 countries, but within these countries there is a huge network. And for Turkey, currently we have 293 members. When we were appointed, there were 248. So we try to extend the network, but in a qualitative way. I also want to say that we always receive a lot of applications to become members of the Anali Foundation here in Turkey, but also we have rejected some application when the aim that or the goals that Anali Foundation promotes does not match with the ones that the associations work on or they promote. So within the mandates that we have our mission, let's say, or our activities work on 4 main pillars. One is about governance. Then another one is to strengthen the capacities of the networks, of the network members, and to another pillar also is to foster the programs that the Anali Foundation itself promotes, such as giving more chances to the members to get to know about the calls that Anali Foundation shares, and to apply for projects like the one that we have today from Kadir Has University. They have a project funded by the Anali Foundation that they will be presenting the findings later on. Within the activities that we have implemented in these 2 years, I would like to mention all of them. So some of the activities are aiming directly to help the members to strengthen their working capacities within the civil society sector, and these activities have been 2 trainings, 2 capacity building trainings that we have organized once in Eskişehir, and that was implemented this year in March 2021. And the first one was held in November, 16 to 18 of November 2019. It was a good start to get the previous member, old members, but also new member to get to refresh their knowledge on the Anali Foundation. because to some extent the network has been a bit quiet, let's say, before we took our mandate, and actually one of the main aims of our mandate is to revitalize the national network here in Turkey. And apart from the trainings on capacity building, we have organized also training on fundraising training to help and to contribute to assist our national members to get more funds. So in order to help their sustainability in the long term, financial, but also to assist them in working on the fields with the target group that their associations promote, let's say. The fundraising training was organized last year in July, the 24th of July. It was in the middle of the pandemic, actually, quite a difficult task, but we managed. Some of you were participating in this training, and apart from getting them presented with the calls of Analytic Foundation, which are to some extent a bit specific, because even the application form itself of the Analytic Foundation, it's a bit more difficult, different, difficult also to some extent than the one that we are used to with Erasmus, for example. It has a lot of annexes and documents, which some members they have faced difficulties, for example, in completing this procedure. So we have tried to help them in this regard. And also, at this point, I would like to mention that the Association of Civil Society Development Institutes, the co-coordinator, also had been granted last year for with Analytic grant, the virtual academy, which is being implemented right now, a very successful project. And that will be the courses that the project is developing will be open for everyone. It's on project management, project writing, project management for the CCOs, but for everyone who's interested in this sector. Also, another, as I mentioned, that an important aim of our an important aim of our activities is also to revitalize the network. So therefore, we have been organizing several network meetings with the members, online and as well in person. We will be also implementing the last, before our mandate ends, the last network meeting, which will be quite a big event, I would say. We'll try to invite at least 80% of the national network members. And in these meetings, the importance of this meeting is to update the national network meeting on what's going on within the network of Analytic Foundation in general, and other networks as well, but mainly within the Turkish national network, and also to get them know each other. And we have a lot of good practices of our members that have been have known each other in our meetings, and they have started collaborations afterwards. Like we have the case of Buldan Vakfı with Anka Youth. They are now developing one project within the virtual marathon for dialogue promoted by the Analytic Foundation. It's a substitute of Medfor that was going to take place last year in Šibenik in April in Croatia. So it's a good, these meetings are a good way to extend your network and start new collaborations as well. Another important pillar, as I mentioned, that we have been implementing activities to support this aim, let's say, it's the field visits that we have organized 7 so far. The field visits are us as head of network, we visit our members at the premises of their offices. So, also we invite other members to meet and have a talk and to get to learn their field of work, their environment where they work, and also to their working capacities as well, where they are based. We have organized two field visits in Istanbul. It's where also we got to meet also the communities, and we are still collaborating. So it's a good way also for networking. We have organized two field visits in Eskişehir and two in Ankara and one in Antalya. All these field visits have further get the network members connected to the foundation's mission and values, and have encouraged them to keep on being more attached and more involved to the network, and to be more involved in also and interested in applying for grants that are supported and funded by the Anali Foundation as a way to support, as I said also before, their sustainability in the long run. Another important crucial aspect, I would say, as a youth personally, are the online debates that we have organized. Even though he's not here, I'd like to mention my colleague Jacopo, who has been a great supporter and organizer, especially in the youth debates, because he's a master trainer, certified by the Anali Foundation on delivering debates. So these debates that are always organized within the frame of the model, Oxford model, have given the chance to the youth here in Turkey, but also in other networks where the Anali Foundation is based, to discuss different motions that are challenging for the communities where they live. Maybe there are sensitive issues worldwide, and I would like to mention some of the debates that we have organized. The first debate actually was on policy issues. That was organized in November 2019, and the debates themselves not only put youngsters to discuss, but also it encourages them their critical thinking, and sometimes to challenge themselves to be defending some or be in the position of defending some arguments that they don't stand for real for this argument. And this is one of the most beneficial, I would say, part of the debates, because it makes you go beyond your comfort zone, and helps you grow to some extent, and also it helps you to understand better the community where they live, but also to understand better the issues that our society or the world is facing. Another debate that was organized on intercultural trends was again organized in 2019 on the motion social entrepreneurship represents a valid solution for massive unemployment and welfare needs. We know that in this case, we always try to find topics that are worthy to be discussed, but also that are sensitive and that there is a need to be discussed on. So we know that social entrepreneurship it's a really important aspect, let's say, or sector that has been a lot mentioned and promoted, and it helps a lot the youngsters to find out their pathway, let's say. So putting youngsters to discuss on this motion, it's also my help them to find their way, or even to start thinking opening their own business if they didn't think before. Another youth debate that was organized was on policy issues, on the motion that this House believes that national identity is fueling intolerance that represent the threat of era of globalization. We cannot deny that our societies are more and more diverse, and either even if we are very much supporting, let's say, the idea of our national identities, we cannot deny that the world is getting more and more diverse, people are traveling everywhere, and so there is a need to be discussed and for people to understand more how is it to live in diversity, and to promote more intercultural dialogue, so that the process of integration and understanding to be more smooth in the societies. Another debate that we have organized was the student national debate that was especially promoted for Turkish youth. Then we have organized 5 other debates that are multi-country debates that has given the chance, as I mentioned before, not only to the Turkish youth to participate, but also other youth, and we have had a lot of participation from Albania, from Italy, Egypt, the Netherlands, Palestine, Libya, Algeria, and other countries where the Annaling Foundation is based. Discussing motions that sometimes we propose to our youngsters to let them suggest us topic, the things that they are it's on their concern, let's say. So we are open to this, to give them a voice to express their concerns, and we discuss on the topic that they suggest. Another important activity, I would say, are the Annaling talks. It's pretty much the TED talks, but this is Annaling talks. We have organized 2 ALF talks. One was organized in 12th December 2019. It was organized in person, and at the same time, I'll mention this later. The talk was delivered by the parliamentary, yes, Shamil Aydin, Mr. Shamil Aydin, and also, yes, also member of the parliament, Turkish parliament, who gave an exhaustive overview of their work with Annaling Foundation, but also discussing relevant issues within the Euro-Mediterranean region that are concerning not only the Turkish network, but common concerns of the networks that are a part of the Annaling Foundation. And the second Annaling talk, unfortunately, took place online. I say unfortunately because I'm a great fan of in-person meetings, and they're more effective in my personal experience and practice. So we had to organize it online, and also it gave the chance to the members to hear more about the aspects that or the new new developments that are happening within the Euro-Mediterranean region and beyond. I always I'm mentioning Euro-Mediterranean region because these were mostly it's a focus on Annaling Foundation, and actually the name of Annaling Foundation is the foundation for dialogue within within the Euro-Mediterranean, but also the mission of the Allied Foundation is also beyond it. It is also cooperating with the European Union. Another important activity for the network themselves and for the Allied Foundation in general are the outreach events. The outreach events are aiming at not only training or giving more information to the members, but also to invite non-members and potential members that would like to be part of the foundation, but they don't know much about it. So we have organized two outreach events. One actually was one of a kind, I would say, because it was held back in December 2019, and it brought together the representatives of the 42 embassies that are based here in Ankara as a symbol of the representation of where Allied Foundation is based. And this branch that we organized had a very special meaning to us because apart from getting them know with the values of Allied Foundation and to what we do, for us it's a plus to have more support, and it helps us. Encourages us to keep on organizing. Yes, you want to say? Yes,
Mr. Rabiel Al-Sharif, who passed away a couple of months ago before retirement, who was the executive director of Allied Foundation, was also with us at that time.
Yeah.
And the representative from Minister of Foreign Affairs as well. I would like to say something, sorry for that, but it was very, very interesting because I started with saying tea is ready because it was a brunch. So in Turkey, tea is really important for everyone that we drink a lot of tea. So it was just kickoff of our this 3 years, let's say, term. So now I hope today, when we finish this morning session, we are going to say lunch will be ready for all of us.
Thank you. And the second outreach event was organized this May in Ankara with participation of some national network members, new potential members and non-members. And this year also there was we had also a very different kind of event that we hosted the head of networks of Albania, of Slovenia, and Jordan here in Ankara. And this meeting actually was a great chance for us, all of us, to share good practices, strategies for the future, but also lessons learned, especially during the past year, which has been a bit challenging, I would say, due to the pandemic. Also, I would like to mention that, as I said before, that Allied Foundation had the program, let's say, to organize the forum in Šibenik last year, but there was cancelled. First, it was postponed with the hope to be organized in person, but then as things went as everyone knows, it was they were obliged to cancel it. So to substitute this great event that was going to be a chance for all the representatives of the networks in the 42 networks, it was estimated to host 2,000 participants in Šibenik. So in order to give the chance to the networks to still organize something and share with each other, they substituted this event with a virtual marathon for dialogue, which started in 25th of May and will last for 42 days as a symbolic for the number of networks that Annaling Foundation is based. Within the frame of this activity or initiative of Annaling, we have also organized two very important activities, I would say. One of them is Open Books. Open Books was an online event that had the chance. It was a powerful event, in my personal opinion, because probably most of you know what is human library. So instead of reading a book, you read a human. So there are humans, people who share their stories with the audience, and the audience has the chance to ask questions to the books. So there are talking books. And this event, I said it was powerful because it touched a very sensitive aspect. We had invited our books were three youngsters with disabilities, physical and cognitive disabilities, who had faced a lot of challenges, obstacles, and barriers in their life. So we really appreciated their courage to share their stories with the audience, because it's tough sometimes, because people tend to judge, to stereotype, to point fingers. So it was a great event to discuss this issue with the youngsters. And the other event was a socialathon. Was a hackathon on social entrepreneurship. It was I would say also a very important activity for us, but also for the youngsters who participated, because it was given them the chance to develop their entrepreneurial idea, to organize within with the team members, and to create a scheme or a business plan of what they want to do with this idea and how they want to implement it. So the event took symbolically place in 16 to 18 of April, 42 hours hackathon. The participants were entitled to have a mentor who gave them advices or suggestion, recommendation, and help them through creating this business model of their idea. Most of the ideas is the name itself, social entrepreneurship. It was to create a business, but to challenge or to tackle some social issues that they consider that they need intervention of their business idea would intervene and somehow tackle and solve this or improve, if not solve, but at least to do something in this regard. We delivered 5 awards to the groups. The first award was a prize of 2,500 Turkish lira for them to start implementing and their business idea. Then there was the second of 1,500, and then 1,000 the third one. In terms of monetary, let's say, award. And we also gave the Erasmus Plus award, which was symbolically to give the chance to the youngsters to participate in Erasmus Plus projects as a powerful tool, I would say, to help them grow and empower. I'm one of the youngsters who have benefited a lot from the Erasmus programs. It is because of Erasmus that I'm here, actually. And also sorry? Yes, we have a system integration. We have developed youth center, social innovation youth center, in collaboration with the ASU, the Social Science University. So the last award was the award of ASU, the initials of the project, let's say. So with this, the winners of this award had the chance, and still have the chance, to use ASIG offices for forever. It's an incubation center, I would say, to develop a project, but also entrepreneurial ideas. So to constantly support them in putting in action their ideas that they start just with an idea, but then you turn them into action with the support of someone. It could be advices, but also other supports. As we said, we have a lot of knowledge in terms of the programs that can fund and help them turn their idea into action. So for them to get funds and try to move forward with what they want to implement. Within the frame of the virtual marathon, also we, I hope I'm not boring. Within I don't think so. Within the frame of the virtual marathon, we have also organized two activities that are Taste the Language, which gives the chance to the participants to learn more about the cultures, the culture of the country that is being presented, but especially to get to learn more about the gastronomy, because we believe that gastronomy is not just an aspect of our lives, just like separate. We believe that culture has to do a lot with the gastronomy. So, and if people get to know also the gastronomy, they know a part of the culture of the country. So two events that we implemented were Taste the Language Turkey edition, and in collaboration with our partner, the head of network in Bulgaria, so Taste the Language Bulgaria. The events were implemented, and we will also publish one booklet with most popular dishes of Turkey and Bulgaria. It will be also available for everyone. I would like to maybe show just shortly the website of the Anali Foundation Turkey. And for the ones who are not familiar, yeah, this was in Eskişehir here actually this March. And also another thing that we have done to support our members is to give them the space in our website to publish their news, so the other network members also get to know their work and their field of works and best practices and so on. I think I'm done. If anyone has any questions for what I mentioned, I'm happy to answer. If not,
You have already can you reach the metric?
yes.
More information.
Well, for all the activities that we organize, we publish them in our website. So as you see, international reception that we organize the news, and after we will implement, we will also published as a successful document, let's say. So this is what I mentioned, Taste the Language Turkey edition. For Joe, which is here, was the tip of the day. So yeah, basically here you can find all our initiatives, our activities. This is the field visit in Istanbul. Yeah. Thank you for question. Question? Okay. If not, then I would like to to continue the event with giving the floor to our guest speakers. Name is here. 1 second, please.
We should congratulate you first.
Yes. Okay. Okay, name is not online, I will call him, but we have 2 other guest speakers that will share their experience with working with refugees. So I'd like to invite Mrs. Wahiba, please. After him.
Furkan Bey Türkçe konuşalım da siz çevirirsiniz. Ve başka misafirlerimiz var ama İngilizceleri yok. Merhaba, adım Vahiba Çeker, Suriyeliyim. Türkiye'deki serüvenim göçerlikten mülteciliğe. O zaman bir yelpaze, Türkiye misafir geldim. 83. Ama yaşım 18, onu da söyleyeyim.
Ms. Wahiba is from Syria. She came as refugee in 600. She came as a guest in 1983 in Turkey.
Sonra Ayasofya'ya aşık oldum. Bana Allah'tan olmayınca Türkçe'ye öğrenmeye karar verdim. Suriye'de psikologtum. Şam Üniversitesi'nde asistandım. Ve her şeyi yürüterek İstanbul'dayım. Aşkımın peşinde koşarak kimya mühendisliği eğitimi başladım. Ve bir sürü roman, işte arkasında Amerika'da, tekrar Türkiye'de, tabii Birleşmiş Milletler'de ve ilk Müslüman kadın olarak da koordinatör yayıncı olarak yükselen bir. Tekrar Türkiye yolları kesişti.
Okay, so she came for the first time. She was 18 and she fell in love with Ayasofya. And she decided to stay in Turkey. At that time, she was assistant. She was assistant at university, and then she started engineering in Turkey. And at that time, since that time, she has been moving back and away and back to Turkey. To America also she did, but then she became first woman. She became the first. Okay, she became the first women coordinator of the NGOs network.
Sonra da tekrar Türkiye yollarını kesişti bir şekilde bir proje. Konya Ovası'nın sosyal patikalar projesi. Hocam, 2009'da ve sürmanın orada noktalanıyor. Maalesef Türkiye'nin yaşadığı Beytapos olayları ben 2009'da gördüm. Ve bir dilekçeyle hayatım karardı. Sonra işte davalar, uluslararası davalar derken ve Amerika'da okurken de mülteci gruplarında çalışarak mültecilik kavramı yolda öğrendim. Bu öğrendiklerimi Türkiye'de uygulayarak ve Türkiye'deki mültecilik sürmanı başladı.
Okay, after going to Konya, my refugee journey, as I'm going to talk about now, has just started. I'm just going to make more brief translation. I'm not perfect, so please apologize for hearing mistakes.
İlk Başbakanlıkta başvurarak ilk personel eğitimine başladık. Kayıt altında nasıl alınır? Sonra ilk Baba Türkçe Çocuk Okulu'nu açarak Türkçe eğitimini vererek, sonra oyunun ilk azımızdan, daha sonra Ankara Kalkınma Ajansı'nın projelerde başvurarak sosyal sorumluluklarda bugün Ankara'da çok güzel bir meslek edindirme, ilk meslek edindirme kurumumuzu projeyi de kurumsallaştırdık, sunumlarımız devam ediyor.
Okay, we start with Father School, Father Kids School, and then now we are running one vocational training center for refugees, which is funded by Regional Development Agency of Ankara.
Gençlere tavsiyem, lütfen azimle, ben mülteciye bir şey yapamam değil, mülteci çok şey yapabilir. Yeter ki onu destekleyen Türk arkadaşları var. Siz kendinizi ispatlayabiliyorsunuz ülkenizde ama bir yabancı ülkenizde kimliğiniz mülteciyse birçok engellerle karşılaşırsınız ama engeller sizi yıldırmasın. Biz buradayız ve bütün dünyada 5 dilde seslenebiliyorum. Aramızda İngilizce olmadığı için ben izin isteyerek Türkçe konuştum. Teşekkür ederim.
Okay, I can speak with you in Turkish because some of our participants Turkish. My recommendation to the youngsters, especially the refugee ones, not to give up any time at what can they do, so they should be really insisting on, because in Turkey, I am a refugee, but it is also very important that for the young people, they have also support of Turkish young people, Turkish organizations.
Tabii bu arada 2 yıl önce, pandemiden önce Linda Vakfı ile tanıştım. Bir büyüğüm arazinin sahibi. Genç, kendisi oldukça genç. Manevi babam bu ülkede. Ve bir sürü ailelerim oldu yani. Savaşın ilk mağdurlarından ailemi kaybettim ama birçok ailem oldu. Linda Vakfı'yla daha uzun yıllar inşallah çalışmaya arzuluyorum ve kendilerini bu organizasyondan dolayı kutluyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
And I know all of my family, but I was lucky that I met Mr. Metin here, just with us, with the Linda Foundation, Lithium Foundation. Thank you very much.
Merhaba, ben Nur. Ben Türkiye'ye geldim 7 sene oldu. İlahiyat okuyorum. Şu anda bu sene çalışıyorum. Ondan sonra ben bir 3 sene ya da daha fazla yani organizasyonda çalıştık. İbo'la başka organizasyonda çalıştık. Geçen sene bir şansım var. Düşmüş kadınlar bir proje var. Şimdi Inspiration bir proje oldu. Bir kadarıyla. Çok başarılı bir şey oldu. Çok memnun oldum ben. Öyle.
Nurula has been living here for 7 years and she's studying theology. And she is a woman entrepreneur, by the way, because we met in Beypazarı or within the frame of another youth initiative project that time. It was called Women Refugee Caravan. So she was organizing women refugees living in Beypazarı. Right? This is my extra information, not my extra but okay. That's fine, that's all.
Thank you very much.
No, we have another guest speaker actually. Our partner from Sweden, which we have developed the journey again. He will be on in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes. So we can have a break in a while, and then we come back. Thank you.
Yes, I can see it. I do the same thing now. Well, I'm always walking around. Yeah. It's good.
Bir kahvemiz adamı bir terasa belki terası gelmek çok güzel terası. Yani kınayı falan orada yapmayı düşünüyorum. Bayıldım.
Do you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. We have break now, 5 to 10 minutes, because the connection was a little bit late, but you will be with us. So we will talk about the game.
About 10 minutes. Or...
I would like to say something very interesting today, because today they are also organizing an event in Brussels about Eurodesk Award, which our game was winner in the year 2017. So today they are going to disclose the results of the winner of this year.
Okay.
A very good coincidence. How are you doing?
But Neil, hey,
I can't recognize anyone with these masks.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, yep.
So you can also mention about your other works with refugees, because with the African refugees, because you work a lot, whatever you have done, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we are having in less than 5 minutes. I'll bring them back, because since you are not in, I have to make a break. So I'm so sorry to wake you up.
That's fine. It's fine. I got the time zone wrong, and always happening to me. Time zones.
I cannot hear. I cannot hear. Wait.
I got the time zones all wrong.
Say it again.
I got the time zones wrong.
At what time?
I got the time zone wrong.
Text me. I don't know. I cannot hear you.
Which is not good, because
Why I cannot hear?
Sound goes that way.
Okay, I'm going to the other computer. Wait a moment. Can you hear me now? Can you speak?
yep. Can you hear me?
We cannot hear him.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I cannot hear. Can you hear him?
There seems to be a problem.
The system has to connect to this computer because he's going.
There.
Yeah.
Wait, you wait here, speak with him. Can you speak now?
Hello, hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Check.
This noise is going to kill us. Sound check. Sonar check. I don't know what it is.
Check.
It's feedback. Why?
Maybe because of Mike, I was thinking.
Yeah, something like that. It's what it is. But she said maybe the mic is open next to the
Can you hear me now?
Check. Check. Now check.
Buradan mı koydun?
Geliyor mu buradan ses?
I don't
Okay.
yes? No, nothing.
You sure?
Bir şey gelmiyor ki.
Can you make it louder?
Can you speak now?
Yes, I hear her.
Check 1, 2, check.
I think it's better to switch computers. That's all.
No, you can hold it
Yakın
here.
mikrofonunu koyalım. Okay.
Please say something. Check.
Check 1, 2. Check.
Değiştirelim mi?
I think it's better. Bence.
Now we can hear you partially. Yes. Ha?
Because daha çok ses gelecek böyle.
Tamam.
Bundan sonra-
Tamam, oraya gidelim.
Tamam. Şey diyoruz, bilgisayar değiştirelim bence.
Bağlanalım onunla. Sistem.
Çünkü buradan duyuyoruz, sistemi ona takarsak olur değil mi?
Tamam. Buna gerek yok. Ouch. Tamam. Okay, take the mouse.
You're right.
I think we solved it. Tamam.
Ben ayarlayayım. Tamam.
Explosion. Okay. Let's see.
Burada mouse.
Şimdi deneyelim mi? Can you speak now, please? Yes? Yok. Problem burada. Try again, please. No. Hayır.
Birlikte çalışmıyor olabilir.
Ne yapacağız?
Check. Check.
Okay, okay, now perfect.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. We have you.
Check 1, 2.
Yes. Okay. Now it's perfect.
Okay.
Everyone can hear you. Okay, let's move it.
Evet, çok teşekkür ederiz. Sesi tamam, şimdi kapatabilirsiniz. Tamam, anladım. Biraz düzeltme yapabilir, tamam,
Tamam.
Check 1, 2.
Can we have a seat? Thank you. Neil, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. We can also hear you. But take with the folder so they can. Okay, so our guest is here. I will highlight.
The journey.
We can make full
I will. It's full screen, but I will just pin him.
So we have this game is name from Sweden. So we have guests today.
Okay. What is this? Why I cannot?
Can close. Not quite. No, from there. Close, close.
It's from the other one. Okay, Neil, the audience is listening. Now the floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going from, actually coming in from Sweden, and nice to see you all. It's a very strange situation. Don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, I was asked to talk about the journey, which we began working, I think, in 2016, I think. And the project began in an interesting way, actually, because my initial idea was to actually make a film in Eritrea about refugees coming to Europe from Eritrea, because I found a lot of Eritreans outside my house and I couldn't quite understand who they were. And so opened my eyes that a lot of people are leaving Africa. And then I realized also that I can't actually make a film in Africa, in Eritrea, because it's a dictatorial regime and it's very difficult to make a film. So we were thinking, how do we show the situation in another way? And then we thought, we should do a board game. And a board game is something which can be used by anyone from a 10-year-old to a 90-year-old, and it's really accessible to everyone. So the first game we did was actually about a refugee's journey from Eritrea to Europe. And then we realized that it was actually quite successful and people really enjoyed playing the game and understanding these people's journeys. And then we found out by the by the Anna Lynn Foundation's grant, and so I started thinking, we should do something more. So at that point, I'm just trying to think how we were told about system and generation in Turkey, and so we got in touch with Gurkan, and he liked the idea. So the idea was actually to make the journey about Syrian refugees or Afghan refugees making the journey from Istanbul to Greece. So it sort of used the same mechanics that we used for the journey from Eritreans, but we had a different, because they have very different journeys and different stories. So we had to change that accordingly. And following on from that, we have been sort of distributing the game to schools, to universities, and we have sort of, yeah, I mean, it's been used by universities, by students for their thesis projects, for their master's projects. So I believe we've been quite successful on how we went about it. And yeah, and at the moment, we're actually trying to work on a virtual reality project, which is of refugees actually making the journey from Libya to Italy. to make a more immersive experience for players. Yeah, so that's the state of play. But at the same time, we've also done a journey of Gambian refugees, making the journey from Banjul in Gambia in Africa to Lampedusa in Italy. And this can be played online. And perhaps I will write the website address here, and you can all try it if you like. I'm writing it. So yeah, so this project is actually an online project where you play as a refugee, and you have to make the journey to Europe and see if you can make it, and you experience all the pitfalls, all the problems and the troubles that you experience on these journeys. And it's a sort of a web documentary, if you want to call it that, because we actually we actually film these journeys. So at the present moment, we are working on an edit of the film. So we are expecting the film to be out sometime, hopefully by the end of this year. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I'm also in the process of actually working for the UN on making some films in Niger and in Somalia, where the refugees will be resettled to third countries, and I'm expecting to go there in August, September. Yep, I don't know. Esmeralda?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we have any questions from the audience for me. Actually, the link that you sent me, okay, can you show it?
Can you see it?
Yes, can you make it full screen, please?
Sorry.
So we are displaying now the documentary, the video.
Mm-hmm.
And this is finished project.
That's finished, yeah. Actually, what I could do is I can send you a link to something else, actually. 1 second. It's the trailer to the film that we're working on, so you can watch that as well. Okay, you can also play this later if you want. This is a trailer to the film.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Whatever. Can you see our screen, Neil?
I see myself.
Can maybe share screen so he can see, and then meanwhile he can give some information, elaborate on that. Okay, just a moment. Now I guess you can see.
I can see it now. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
And what do we do from here?
Okay. So basically, you have 4. If you go back, can you go back? No, back. No. Run it again. Just return.
Okay, go.
When I say back, there's a button that says back.
Yeah, we missed that. Then
Okay. So maybe you can, yeah, okay. So you're in Banjul, and you have a little background on the nation of Gambia. This is a dictator who is now living in Senegal, I think. I can't remember where he's living. That's where you are. And if you just go to any of the characters, go to Amy if you want. I don't know. So this is a little thing about Amy. She talks about herself. She's a LGBT activist, and she finds it hard to live in a Muslim country where LGBTQ members are discriminated against. And she needs to get to Europe, where she will not have to hide her sexuality and where LGBTQ members are welcome. And she has total savings of $950. And Amy is wanted by the police. So you sort of have a background to this woman, and you, yeah, so she talks about a bit about there, so we can listen.
So now what do we do?
You can go back, you know, it says back, you know, that button says back, go there.
Okay.
Back button.
To check the other characters.
Exactly, go there. Yeah. So now you can go to another person. Yeah. Usman, he's a footballer, and he has dreams of playing for Europe, and he wants to make it his career, and he feels he's better off trying in Europe. And he wants to play in Italy and join some of his compatriots who are already playing there. So he talks about his background here. You can go back again if you want. And yeah. Modu is picking his nose right there. He's a taxi driver. He rents his taxi and finds it hard to earn a living as a taxi driver after paying for the petrol in the taxi. And he's heard about how taxi drivers can earn good living in Europe and wants to try his luck there. And he talks about his background a bit. And he's got $600, not much. And he's also wanted by the police, probably for bad driving, I suppose, maybe. I don't know. You can go back if you want, Esmeralda. Go to Lamine if you want, or whoever. Now, Lamine is a fisherman. He's from a poor family, and his prospects are very limited in Gambia. He works as a fisherman and is away from his family for months, and felt he has nothing to lose by trying to get to Europe. He has hopes to work as a fisherman in Sweden, of all places. I asked him why he wants to go to Sweden. He said he didn't know. He just wants to go to Sweden. So he doesn't have much money. He only has $400. So it's going to be very, very difficult for him. And he has to be very careful how he spends his money on the journey. So these are all things you have to sort of, you can go back if you want, Esmeralda.
Yes.
And of those, who do you want to pick? And you can choose the journey if you want to choose.
Choose a random one.
Yeah. Okay, go with him. And then begin journey if you want.
Begin journey?
Yeah. He doesn't have much money. Gosh, he's only got $100. Okay. So here, sorry. You can press, so you have these questions. You're in the offices of a local travel agent. Over a cup of coffee, he explains the options open to you. You can fly to Niger for $500. He's got $1,100, which is good. Or take a $60 minibus. But you can play on that arrow there, on the circle. Can you play that? Yeah. There's a little clip, a video. So this is how much it costs. This is where you buy your tickets.
The video has no audio, or?
Sorry?
Does the video have audio, or?
It does. I don't know what, sometimes it has problems on certain browsers.
Maybe it's our problem.
But you will not understand because they speak in a different language anyway. And he's a travel agent, this guy. But I don't know what's wrong with the sound. Have a look.
Maybe it's our problem here, so
No, it's actually a problem there, I think. So anyway, he talks to you about the journey and how much it costs. So you can go back if you close the video if you want. So now you have to make a decision. What do you want to do? Pay for the minibus ride? Because probably I'll do that. It's cheaper. Then he asked, have you had trouble with the authorities? Do you need false papers? What do you think, Esmeralda?
no, I had no issues with my passport.
Okay, go with that. Okay. Okay, let's go straight away. So it's very interactive as opposed to the board game. You want to take a seat? Which one? Next to the driver or on the back?
Sit down next to the driver.
Okay. So this is your journey. So what do you do?
Hand over your Gambian passport.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. You seem to be okay, Esmeralda, so far?
Thank you. I'm also migrant, so.
Yeah. So you arrived at Tambacounda, which is
Legal. Oh.
So again, it's going to cost $300 now.
But he didn't have much money.
You can play the video if you want. You can have a little look.
Okay.
So this is what it looks like, a border crossing. That's the bus they're traveling on.
Neil, I have a question.
Yep.
Were you in the Gambia when these videos were shooted?
Sorry, what was the question?
Were you in Gambia? Oh, sorry.
No, this is in Mali.
Okay.
Anyway, so they're on the bus. You can go back if you want. Close the video if you want.
Was it difficult to recruit these people?
Very difficult, actually.
How did you manage to convince them to be part of the?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. You know, I'm very persuasive, as you know. This is a police checkpoint. You have to hand off your passports here. It's a very interesting situation because I know I can always get back to Europe. These people, there's no way back. Once you're on this journey, that's it. So, what do you do? Do you pay or do you work?
I have to move forward. I guess I pay.
Okay, go for it. Okay.
I'll wait for you. I will squeeze next to a woman in front of the bus.
Okay. What's going on here? Sorry. It's a big country. It's a big continent.
Yeah.
So you're in Mali now. So what do you do now?
I decided to find work.
Well, you have money. Maybe just go for it.
Okay, pay.
Yeah. As you can see, you have to pay again.
No, I don't pay bribes. Refuse to pay.
Okay.
Okay, it's less, so $20 is fine.
Yeah, but you could have paid that before.
If I refuse again?
You would be in big jail for a long time, I think.
Okay, pay the bribe, please. No, actually, it sounds funny now, but
Not funny for the people that.
they go through it for real. So to make a decision in real life like this, it's pretty harsh.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Next day, okay.
You're running low, $555. You might have to work very soon, Esmeralda.
We shall see. So I don't have options here, or
Look, yeah, it will cost you thousands, so you're stuck now. So you can have a little look in the life in the ghetto there, their video. There? No, the video,
click the video, please.
the film clip. There. Yeah. So this is what it's like in the ghetto. This is Agadez in the middle of the Sahara. It's a shame you can't hear the music and I don't know what's going on, but yeah. So this is what they do to keep them amused.
So I'll have to join this group.
Sorry? Yep.
I have to join this group.
Yep.
Okay.
This is a very cool smuggler, this one. This guy's been stuck there for about 4 months. This tap has no water because they haven't been able to pay for their water. This is how they live. Yeah, he's been there for 7 months, this guy.
And which is his country of destination?
Just want to get to Europe and obviously Italy first. So they can't really go back because they just feel that they will be seen as failures. So they're really stuck, you know. They can't go forward, they can't go back. So as you can see, it's a very harsh reality there. The weather is harsh and the life is really harsh. Yeah.
First option.
Yeah. So that's what the Sahara looks like. Aha, you're in Libya now.
Third one, please. Quickly throw your wallet into the bushes.
What are you going to do?
Yes, let's try hiding.
Good choice.
Yes, second one. Maybe I will sneak in the boat, but there's no option. Okay, look for work for, I don't know. Let's try for some weeks. Second. So at the end of the journey, do they make it to the destination? All of
You'll find out.
Sorry?
You'll find out. You'll find out.
Okay.
What do you do?
First one.
Not wise. You died. He died.
So me.
So click on that. So that's the end of your journey. So.
And so you paid.
Yep. Press that.
Click.
Yep.
Yeah, I can. So you, just as you finish your journey, there are thousands of others who are attempting the same journey. Their journeys are for real, where one false move could cost them their life, either at their hands of the smugglers, corrupt officials, or
Rogue militia.
Yes. We need to understand that migrants and refugees leave their friends and family for safety and for some for a better opportunity. We hope this experience allows you to understand their plight, and you can find out more by visiting the websites. The project was made possibly by grants from the Swedish Film Institute, Skana, and the other one. I cannot read fast. Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you. Big applause for Neil, please.
So if you have any questions, you can ask.
Yes, we have, but before going there, last year we tried with Neil to make the virtual version of the journey, our game actually, with the analytic grants. For 0.7 point was not approved, but we will try again. We don't give up. We have a question. Just a second.
Hey, okay, can you hear me, sir?
Yep.
Okay, my name is Dokan, I'm from Turkey. Before my question, I really want to say thank you because of that game and this interactive video, and both you and Mr. Gürkan. And I want to know that it's a great idea to make an role playing because it's the best way to put ourselves to their shoes. But I'm wondering that how we can make more people to play them or use them, because it's really great idea and you love it, and I want to share with that people. But how can I pick the best way to share with people or organizations or the normal people? How we can share with people? Thank you.
I think. Thank you. Thank you again. I think the biggest problem with any project is that how do you get it across to audiences? And that is with the problem with a film, a paper, or anything. And we have the same problem with the game. And how do we share it? At the moment, we're trying to share it with the UN to have it on their website so people can actually experience and see. For me, you really need to have it, obviously that one's online, on a website which a lot of people go to. And the UN is probably the best possible place that you can have it. So I would suggest for you is to share it on in your emails, perhaps. At the bottom where you have your address, you can say something about it and share it to your, or in all your communication, perhaps. That's what I would say, yeah.
Thank you. Another question. Wait a moment.
Actually, Esmeralda, also, you know, the other link I sent you, which was of the film, maybe you can play that if you like, the YouTube clip.
Denise, can you check the next screen? Okay, meanwhile, we take the question.
Mr. Mayor, do you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I am from Turkey. My name is Arif Ekmen. I would like to ask you a question. Thank you for the presentation. It's well done. I had been to Gambia for 4 years, spent 4 years there,
Okay.
1991, 1995.
Okay.
I know the problem, poverty and the corruption. So you made a good story. What is your opinion to solve the problem, to end the refugee? Why the Gambians flee from their country, while the country to go to the Italy? Thank you.
Yep. I have people ask me that actually, and it's interesting because the people, the refugees and the smugglers, they want my help to get them over to Europe. And I said, I can't do that because I mean, I just make films or games or whatever I make. I'm not an agent for anyone, you know. My feeling, to be quite honest, is that they need, I keep telling them, they need to remain in Gambia and make something of themselves in Gambia. But the problem is, I think we in the West are the problem because we go on about this and that, but we at the same time are not doing anything to help them really, because the problem lies within their society and they have to somehow help themselves in a way, because there's so much poverty, but there's also so much wealth. So a very small percentage of people are surviving very well, and 95% probably are not, which is the reality. And I think what I find in Africa, I don't know what you found, I find that the people who have made it, they don't really want the others who haven't made it to be like them, to make it. That's my feeling. They want them to be down there and not succeed. That's my reality. I don't know. What do you think?
I agree with you.
He agrees with you.
Thank you for the explanation. I agree with you, but the problem is big and hard to solve.
It is. It really is. And it's all over Africa. It's in Gambia, it's in Niger, it's in Senegal, it's in Somalia, Chad, you name it. It's all the same. And it's basically corruption. Corruption, because they're really, really rich countries. And I heard about this Israeli man who bought mines in the Congo, I think. And he's, I just don't know where to begin. I mean, how can you even do it? Morally, it's wrong what he's doing. And there are lots of people like him who are doing this. I think we as individuals have to somehow be responsible for what's happening in Africa, I think, and in all these countries, because the mobile phone you use, most of the mineral comes from the Congo. the Chinese want to go into the Congo so they can get this mineral. And the people who are selling this, who are working at the mines, earn pittance, earn nothing. And of course they want to come to Europe. They see all the films and they feel that our streets are filled with gold, you know? And it's not. I have to tell them, you know, it's really, really hard. So there's a lot of disinformation going on as well.
Okay, so just short video then. Do we have any other question? Yeah, yeah. Okay, very quickly. No, this is a song. It's not this.
No.
This is my song.
It's on the chat, Esmeralda.
Yes, it's in the chat. That is.
Yes, this one.
Okay, just 1 minute, please. Okay. It's okay.
So just play and then expand the screen. Make the screen bigger.
Yes, we will. This is the second we're trying to. Well, which one is this one? No.
Yeah, that's the one.
No, we are trying to find it on the phone, so to synchronize with the audio. So. Yes, okay.
There is a perception of Europe, which is considered like land of milk and honey. They face very severe poverty, whilst on the other hand, they have the whole world in their hand, a smartphone, and they see what's happening in Europe. Good house.
I know for sure the road isn't going to be easy. Many people went to Europe, but many people lost their lives.
There is a perception of Europe, which is considered like land of milk and honey. They face very severe poverty, whilst on the other hand, they have the whole world in their hands. They have a smartphone and they see what's happening in Europe. I'm going to Europe, your land is cheap. I can build there, I can build a good house.
I know for sure the road isn't gonna be easy. Many people went to Europe, but many people lost their lives.
Parce que maa ngi leen tere xaw ma suma tànk bi naka lay mujjee ëllëg bokk na si mu gën a rëcc waaye yéen ñu koy xalaat xam nañ ne mën nañ si dem ñu dóor ñu tëj ñu mais nag lu ñuy def boo toogee fii gisoo loo xam nga gis ñu dem feneen di ñëw di indaale teranga.
Thank you very much, Neil, for your presentation and sharing your work with your distinguished work, I would say, with refugees for a long, long time. We know Neil for over 5 years, and we keep working with him. Thank you very much. If we don't have any other questions, we will move on with the next speakers. Neil, do you have anything else to say, to share?
No, I mean, if anyone has any comments or wants to get in touch with me or through System and Generation, and we will, contact us if you have any questions.
It was a pleasure having you here with us. Thank you. Big applause for Neil.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so if you want to follow our meeting, okay, it's not, because you told me you had other meetings, but it would be a pleasure if you continue staying with us.
I'll come in and out. Is that
okay,
right?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Now we proceed with two distinguished guests, I would say, which is Professor Dr. Dimitris Dantafilou and Dr. Metin Emre Bilginer from respectively Kadir University and Istanbul Aydın University, who will be presenting the findings of the project, Analin project, Kovadis Euromed Civil Society. Yes, I will start sharing.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, as I said before, I represent the Center for International European Studies. My colleague Emre Bilginer also is a research fellow there. I'm its director at Kadir Has University, and we are a member of the Turkey network of the Analin Foundation. And this year we've been lucky to be involved in two Analin Foundation-funded projects. This one we are a partner in, and then there's another one, a research project which we are leading. But and all these projects are coming to fruition in the summer. And so I think this project is called Kovadis, start off, and this is a project led by the National Foundation for Civil Society Development of Croatia. And together, all right, who is doing this? Am I? Okay, maybe you want to do it, Emre? There, and then if there's your name, you can take notes then. Yeah. So. Okay, all right. So Emre will do it. So this is a project that, as you can see, has many partners: the National Foundation for Civil Society Development of Croatia, which is also the head of network of Croatia, that's the institution. EMED, the European Institute of the Mediterranean, which happens to be the head of network also for Spain. And from what I understand, its director was just appointed as the new director of the Analin Foundation. the House of European Roads, which is an NGO based in Rhodes, dealing with promoting European issues and values. Fotoesa, which is a center for research and education based in Athens, whose founding director is Stefanos Valianatos, who is also, through his other job, his real job, which is a Hellenic Foundation of Culture, is the head of network for Greece, for the Anna Lynn Foundation. So we've been lucky in a way, and of course, the CIS at Kadir Has University, so we have a Turkish institution, a couple of Greek institutions, a Spanish and a Croatian institution. So we have been lucky in the sense that we have involved in this project 3 heads of network and their staff and their colleagues in this process. Could we move to the next one? All right, so co-badis, where is Euro-Mediterranean civil society going? Next slide, please. Next slide. And so the aim of the project is sort of to evaluate the state of civil society in the Euro-Med area and its performance over the last 25 years of the Euro-Med partnership, to recognize the emerging new context, its challenges, in particular the pandemic, right? Obstacles and opportunities for civil society, and to promote basically recommendations, ideas, tools, and resources to the different stakeholders. Next, please. And so methodologically, what we've tried to do, and we've had a targeted survey, as well as a number of online seminars, about 8 or 9, or we might have a couple more, with experts to sort of figure out where civil society, Euro-Med civil society is going. Next. So, and the background to this is that in 2020, May 2020, Anna Lynn Foundation had conducted a small survey at the time, sort of the initial stage of the pandemic, of a first attempt to rationalize the impact of the pandemic on Euro-Mediterranean civil society organizations. And it raised the issue of the new normal that was developing. Remember, this is sort of the initial stages of the pandemic. We are 14 or so months later. But it's very interesting to go very quickly to the 4 main findings that survey had. That CSOs had the capacity to respond and adapt to the sudden disruption. It is important to invest in innovation and digital technology, capacity building in order to reinforce organizational resilience. Many things are happening online now. Next one. Regional cooperation and dialogue is considered a necessity, not a choice, in order to move forward for a sustainable future. And intercultural dialogue needs to follow an interdisciplinary approach. And of course, I like very much how this was highlighted in this rubric: rethink, retool, and reaffirm. And actually, as part of our project, we have not finished it yet. We are thinking of coming up with 2 or 3 key words that suggest the need to further commit to Euro-Mediterranean cooperation. And so, as I said, this happened. This survey was at the beginning, 13, 14 months before. And the reality is what? The reality is that we are moving towards an unequal and even post-pandemic era recovery, with EU member states better off than a lot of their southern Mediterranean partners in terms of access to vaccines. It's even uneven in EU member states. We all know the debate, no matter what country they're coming from. I come from Greece. I heard someone here from Spain and Italy and elsewhere. There's going to be a 4th wave. Those that are vaccinated will be better off than the ones that are not. It's happening everywhere, but it's uneven, so we have to deal with that reality, in particular when we deal with the Euro-Mediterranean space, where a lot of our partners, Turkey, which is considered to be part of southern Mediterranean states, is better off than many of the other ones. Turkey and Israel, I think the other ones are all in trouble in that sense, right? There is also the emergence of a hybrid world, which needs to be assessed, because even that's uneven. Who has access to this technologies to be able to move? And we also know that it's not only a digital world, but also hybrid, where a combination of sort of what is happening today. Some of us are here, others are following us online in order to be able to do our work. There's also, we have to consider the wider context, growing radicalization of societies on both shores of the Mediterranean. And sometimes when we do work at civil society level, we don't look necessarily at the wider context, but this is a reality we need to factor in. Next slide. The interlinked challenges, because this is the climate change, sustainable development, unemployment, migration, all interrelated. They're all interrelated and they're bound to grow. With the migratory pressures we might feel, and we talked about, Refugee Day and Refugee Week, great. They're not only because of conflict in states. Climate change is coming up. If one looks, for example, at the intergovernmental panel on climate change, UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in one of the recent reports 2 or 3 years ago, where the focus was on the Mediterranean, with a rise in the temperature, right, over 1.5%, 2%, the first city in the Eastern Mediterranean was going to be affected is Alexandria itself. Alexandria, where about 4 million of its citizens will become internally displaced people. Alexandria is next door. It's not going to go anywhere, so the challenges are interlinked. That's going to force migratory pressures within Egypt. Actually, Egypt is going to be affected also because of the Nile. There's going to be about 8 million people that's going to be internally displaced. Migratory pressures towards Europe, right? And so how the issues of climate change sustainability are all linked, plus the unemployment, plus the differences in demographics. In my country, it's shrinking, other countries are getting bigger demographically. And you know, if you cannot account for its proper development, these pressures are going to grow. The challenges are also global, local, regional, holistic, and transcendental. And so we have to consider this because they also transcend civil society. And a lot of it has to do with how civil society works with the other two sectors, the public sector and the business sector as well. And we have to factor that in. And we actually see in the business sector the emergence of a new concept right now, from corporate social responsibility to social sustainability, and now the new concept is environmental social governance, which tries to account. Companies have been evaluated and assessed on how they do their work to help contribute to sustainable development. So where does all of this come in? Next, and of course, we need to have a wider understanding, I'll go very quickly, of how the global economy works. And at the CSO level, the growing focus also on social entrepreneurship and how you can expand as a response to sustainable development, adaptation, and resilience. And how do we deal with this? Next, Emily. And so our focuses on that, on the takeaways, and the fact that these projects, I mean, we are at a period of 25 years plus since the reason why we exist, why Annalyn exists, right? The Barcelona Declaration of November 1995. And so it's good to rationalize the work that has been done, in particular in the third basket of the Barcelona Declaration, as we move on to the emerging post-pandemic environment, and also take into account, because this is a reality, we are a bit ambitious in the sense that we could sit down as partners, we've done our work, write a report and say these are the results, but no, we take account of the whole context and the fact that the foundation itself is going to transition. It just has a new director, it has a new president, it's moving to a next phase, it's being rationalized by the, and evaluated by the European Commission as to how it's been using its funds. There's a wider debate where the heads of network fit in, right? I mean, how, and so we're trying to take all of this into account. This is sort of the context. Next, thank you. And so we conducted a survey, which is a follow-up of the Annalyn survey in February, March, to look a little bit further of some of the findings, and then, Emily? And then a series of 8 substantive seminars. 3 of them were assess the state of civil society in the Euromed region since the beginning of the Barcelona Declaration. And there we had input from the Annalyn family, heads of network from Bulgaria, Croatia, Germany, Greece, Israel, Lebanon, Tunisia, Spain, Tunisia, Turkey, and the United Kingdom. We're all involved in this debate, as well as a member of the advisory board from Jordan and Eleonora Nesalako, who is an executive officer at the Annalyn family. The questions and the format of these webinars, expert webinars, that's why we had the expert, Professor Saglam was involved in this process together with his counterparts, was to get their expertise from their experience as they're running the national networks, right? So the first 3 were this, and the other 5, were focused on themes, where we had predominantly Annalyn Foundation affiliated experts from both shores of the Mediterranean, and we looked at 5 themes: Euromed Civil Society in 25, the impact of COVID-19, culture, sustainable development goals, and women and youth. Yes, and so, oops, something is wrong here. Interesting. So I just would like to present very quickly some of the findings, and maybe we get into a question and answer, because this is sort of our first meeting where we're presenting them. There were too many, and we're still evaluating them, and the project's still not over. But as we were coming up, because what we did is we took the outputs from the survey and the webinars, put out printouts, people were taking notes, and try to come up with the key points that were stressed. Some were stressed in many webinars. It was fine. That's the nature of the game, right? And at least we had experts contribute. And then we found some key findings, but then as we were doing our own in-house evaluation and in-house just of the partners, we were also starting asking questions. So some of the findings have about 10 or so are in yellow, and the questions are things that arise from the findings. And now the next stage will be to take each one of them, we'll figure out how many we want to put out, and then start writing about them in trying to respond to some of the challenges. So one is, yes, we talk about a Euromed civil society. The objective is, and we saw this, that's why I put up some of the takes from the Anna Lynn survey, of a single Euro-Mediterranean civil society. This is something that's out there, even though it's still something that the experts stress, even though its development has not been linear. Question that arises, does this idea really represent the needs of CSOs on both sides of the Mediterranean in the current state of play? I mean, it is, you know, what we're talking about, Euro-Med region, it's a social construct. We've constructed it. Yes, we talk historically the Mediterranean unites, but the Euro-Med region is a social construct, right? Because it encompasses the northern border of Finland together with the countries of the southern shore of the Mediterranean. So is this something that's valid, or is it something that one side pushes more than the other? We have to consider this. Next one, Emily. Civil society, because this is another trend, this is linked to sustainable development, right? Because of growing urbanization. We know that today about 50% or so of the global population will live in urban centers. And in about 20 to 30 years, the numbers are going to be close to 75%. This is the reality of our world. We're living in urban centers with all its good and bad sides to it. All the troubles of the world, as well as the greater interaction, the greater dialogue, right? Greater creativity. However, so there's a need to focus more on what's happening within our cities. However, there's also others suggesting that one should not disregard the potential of sustainable social, cultural development at local community. I remember in one of our webinars, the head of network from Tunisia kept stressing this. He kept stressing about his country and yes, he said, there's work being done at city level and even smaller towns. There are some totally marginalized groups living out in the desert and the mountain. How do we reach out to them as well? He was having problems reaching out, right? So how do you find the right balance? And it's something that needs to be considered. The next one. Polarization has become the norm. Polarization, populism within societies and between societies. This is the reality of our world, right? The uncertainty. You see this in very clear terms in most countries, take European countries, where it has usually been, even in terms of politics, the choices we have as voters are, you vote the center-right or you vote the center-left party. It's not like this anymore. There's splits. And in some countries you have liberal parties in the center, fine. Splits. This is reality polarization, right? And this transcends to civil society. Same things are happening in the South with what we call Arab Spring and its repercussions and so on and so forth. So how? What are the consequences? Can you come out, and we have to think about, are there good things or bad things out of it? Could it be both? What are the consequences? And also impact on civil society. Yes, Emily. The challenge to strengthen their capacity building, in their challenge, the challenge. So to strengthen their capacity building, CSOs have become more impact-oriented. They demonstrate flexibility to adapt to emerging environments and challenges and try to create extensive partnerships. So impact, because there's adaptation. Some CSOs stick to their goals and others are adapting because CSOs are dependent also on donors and so on. And also there's a need made up of individuals, part of our civil societies, to be involved. So where does civil society therefore turn to acquire the requisite skills to adapt? And how does it lead or undergo a change in mentality so that adaptation is possible when there's a need for it? Is there a role or space for which one also, how do you How do you strengthen or widen partnerships between academia and civil society and others? Just questions that keep coming up as we're dealing with this. And again, mind you, these are general questions because as we're going through these, and as I was looking at this last night, I kept thinking I have to turn back to my partners and say, but these are general questions. Now we also have to see how they apply to the Euromed area per se, right? Next one, Andre. Of course, key here, the need for bottom-up interventions, right, in the region for development-driven and democracy-driven processes. Important. But the question that arises again, because we do talk about a single, or the attempt to have a single or one Euro-Mediterranean space, is the same approach applicable to both sides of the Mediterranean? Because we know the realities are different. In European societies, never mind their differences, one is freer to be able to do this. Bottom-up is appreciated and respected. Does this apply to the South as well? And even within the South, there are differences. So how do you bridge this? Is there a shared concept of democracy? Yes, but maybe one should not be dealing with democracy at the CSO level, but it is important and relevant for the work. So this is something else that has come up in our research. Anyway, next one. The CSOs have to find concrete ways of working and understanding change in order to remain resilient. Yes. So here we're thinking of finding good practices, and that's the first question. But also what resiliency means, resilient, sustainable, and so on. Next one, Emre. This has to do, of course, we talk about digitization and, well, not only. So the pandemic has introduced new approaches to enhance networking and funding. So while there's a need for networks to support civil society organizations to find new funding resources, there's a need to identify change makers for knowledge and experience exchange programs that contribute to sustainable societies at all levels. So the question that's raised is, it's also linked to the thing about adaptability. How can civil society readapt itself? Probably constantly. Constantly. Because civil society at large is one thing. CSOs is another thing, because our organizations made up of individuals. So which means if we run a CSO, we also have to adapt to the needs of changing of civil society at large. Next one. Then this is the hybrid approach. So civil society, we know, we've worked. I mean, part of the reason even the foundation and then the national networks are involved in this virtual marathon is because we've lived, because of the pandemic, we live in a digital world. Otherwise, we would not be able to have all these marathons. There would be smaller states, small meetings like this without wider reach. This is what would happen in normal times, normal. But we don't know what normal is anymore. But is it possible? It's impossible to remain exclusively in this virtual digital realm, since many civil society activities are effective on the ground. And it depends on the nature of CSOs. How can you address refugee needs without being on the ground? How can you address if you're a CSO dealing with children without being involved with them? Others we can. Yes, we can work online and talk and discuss and come up with recommendations. It depends on the nature, but you cannot just remain in that digital world. So one is the need to seek to embrace a virtual world, but the challenges of digitization, also because of discrepancies between North and South. And also, we know we are going to this emergence of a hybrid world. We know this because even our funders are telling us that from now on, projects that will come up will have to be of a hybrid nature. Because it also makes sense for funders. It means you can spread the wealth more. Because some activities online are less expensive than activities in person. You lose some, you win some, but you have to consider this. So how do we move through this? And so the issue is how to ensure avoiding the digital divide. Because this is a reality. In that sense, all of us in this room and most of us in our countries do have access, but not everybody does. And therefore the marginalized will remain even further marginalized if we don't address this digital divide. Next one, Linda. And leadership. Leadership is important too, because it's about adaptation, right? And it's linked to governance, better governance, whether it's global but local within the CSO, to address all these inequalities that exist. And so one needs to have leadership development programs. So even leaders involved in civil society, 10, 20, 30 years, they might want to adopt their approach. They want to be involved, but some things won't work. How do we go through this transformation to address the challenges? Yes, Andre. Refugees, of course, it's going to come up, right? Because as I talked about this also, about the links between climate change and so on. So it has impacted the region. It has deepened existing tensions and challenges. Whereas CSOs have become the voice of the most marginalized during these years of sustained and high migratory trends, which are bound to continue. Are CSOs capable, sustainable, strong enough to maintain such a role? Should CSOs also have a position on this issue? Because one is, yes, you deal with this, but there are also political, ideological implications. How do you deal with this? Because again, we assume that all CSOs think alike. But even the ones that are more radical in ideology are CSOs. We have to compete with them, and they are impacting on our politics, on our decision making. So how do you reach out to them as well? Yeah. Next, almost coming to an end. Mental health concerns, we've all been through it. We're living through it. Imagine others that are underprivileged. But this is becoming a reality because of the pandemic, and it's going to be affecting our work. So you talk to mental health professionals, they tell you they've been busier than ever because so many of them don't have enough time to actually do, therapy online, right? You talk to any number of psychologists, psychiatrists, that's what they tell you right now. But it's a reality because more and more people are turning out there to dealing with the stress of being under lockdown and the reality of working and job security, job insecurity, and so on. So the role of CSOs and service providers in this area of work might be essential, but are they supported in this? Do they have to also, there needs to be a focus on enhancing the role of CSOs in this area. Next, Emre. Conservative civil society, it's all the same. We share the space. We assume that civil society thinks one way about integration, but it's not true. Our societies are diverse. There are elements in all of our societies. We have nothing in common with them, but they are there, right? From more moderate to extreme and radical, religiously based ones, which all have their role. So how do we bridge that? Should there be room for dialogue? Can there be to link these differences, right? Because it is a reality of our world. Yes, next one, Emre. Of course, the role of civil society with the other two, I talked about it before, societal pillars. The state, in general, national, regional, local, and the private sector, right? And what is the role? As when societies are changing, how does civil society, CSOs, put themselves on equal partners on the table to shape the debate, the direction of the countries, at local, at national, at regional level, at international level. And so this is something, but if civil society does not have one voice, how do you do this? So, and linked to this is also empowering younger generations, because ultimately CSOs are just going to become, organizations run by a few individuals that get older because this is the nature of human life. How do you bring in younger people to be involved? How do you interact with them? I always say as an academic that every September, which is the start of the new academic year, I realize that I'm a year older than my students. Because my students are what, undergraduates? 18 to 22. I'm getting older. They might change, but I also, as I realize this, and as I'm teaching my classes, I realize that, the way they listen to me is different than the way I listen to them. When I was at university, my hand would ache after an hour and a half of lectures, note-taking. Now people want photos, want the PowerPoint photos they would never look at, talking on the phone, but I have to reach out to them still. I have to make an effort to reach out to them and tell them what I'm telling them is relevant to them, right? And so the same thing applies to how civil society can continue playing a role, bringing in new people that might have different values, that might think differently. Their expectations might be different, right? And so it's something to consider as civil society seeks, as I said, to have an equal role at the table. with the other two sectors. Emre. Yes, more flexible funding, mobility, supported cooperation projects. I think it was, yes, our colleague from Sweden that talked about, or someone else talked about before, about difficulty of funding mechanisms. We know that. We have some flexibility. We also understand our donors, you know, they're getting their money from somewhere, everyone has to be accountable. But sometimes one needs to come up with different schemes because civil society in many countries has stepped up to fill the void for governments. In one of our discussions, we had the head of network from Lebanon. Well, in Lebanon, in Beirut, it was August, I think, 2020, when you had the whole explosion. Civil society organizations stepped up to do things that the government could not. From cleaning the streets, to taking care of the injured, to whatever, providing services for them. It's not the job of civil society, it's the job of government. It could not, because Lebanon is perpetually a problematic country and state in terms of governance, right? So civil society was saying, well, help us, we can do it, we are willing to do it, Lebanese civil society. But we need some assistance in doing this. Be more flexible, change your procedures, give us access to grants so that we can do our work. So how do we do this? And next one, I'm going very quickly. Yes, switching to delivering services is happening. Also, there's a trend, it seems, to do things more at local level. And I remember in another event we were hosting an Italian participant who was actively engaged as a private individual in Italian civil society. He works for a company in Milan, I think, because of the pandemic, remote working. So he, like so many others, working in northern Italy, moved back to their towns in central and southern Italy. And then they started realizing that there are things to be done in their villages where they went back, work. So, and so this is also happening. You have an emergence at local level in many countries of people interested in what's happening. But this also creates, raises issues about legitimacy of CSOs that deal at different sorts of levels, and about access to funds for emerging civil society groups or people interested in helping their neighborhood, their village, their little town in a way that's different than helping at a more sort of coordinated level. Next one, Emre. Well, COVID, populism, it's a challenge. COVID has tempered because societies, at least in Europe, have stepped up and governments are providing the vaccines. And we are blessed, we might be complaining, but we are blessed in that sense. But, and that means that the populist leaders have been marginalized. But they're starting to rise their ugly heads again, be it in France, be it in Italy, be it elsewhere, right? So how do you deal with this, right? In terms of the post-crisis management, because then we turn real to economics, about growth, and what the governments can deliver. And so right now the priority is on vaccination and public health. Well, we know that unemployment is on the rise, and you need to have new growth models. So can or should a debate be initiated on where to safeguard those benefits, and where can civil society play a role in this? Is a question. Emre? This is, I think, the last one. This is also interesting, right? Civil societies, we're not supposed to be taking orders. We're supposed to be thinking critically for societies. And we are doing all of this when we talk about NLM within the framework of the NLM Foundation, but it's an intergovernmental organization. The board of directors, governors are what? Representatives of the member states. And it depends on the country. Now, we heard here, our Turkish colleagues, it took a while for them to get started. In my country, it's easier. You trust the guy you put in charge. Instinctively, he is going to try to advance the interests of his network in his country. And he's going to do his job. He doesn't have to be taking orders from anybody. And he's also consulted from the officials that periodically meet up for the board. But this is a reality. So is the structure, and that's what I'm saying, because we're going through a post-pandemic transition, but we're also a leadership transition. We have to consider this. I hear, because one of my best friends is the head of the Greek network, and I hear his frustration many times when you have your semi-annual meetings right? The head of network meet, and the frustrations as to whether what you're proposing is actually being heard by your governments and the foundation, and the interaction, as you are also trying to expand your national networks, right? So there is an issue out there that we need to keep into account. How can you bridge this gap? Perennial issue, perennial, but how can you bridge it? And because that raises the issue of legitimacy. Legitimacy. Because do you want the foundation just to be, yes, it's great, it has calls for proposals, foundations apply, we can come up, because of this, I'm here, we have a project. But this is not the only thing you want. You want transformation also. And you want, and yes, it's a great format with the heads of network and the national networks, but does that have to be revised? And is this the right time to push forth in the discussions, right? Emre, is that the last one? Yes. And again, I've just given you some of the general findings. I have not gone into the ones about culture, like the SDGs, because we're specific, youth and women, and others. The list is long. So this is sort of the initial results. And as I said, as we were going through this, questions kept coming up. So the green part were the questions from the partners. And we plan to expand this dialogue. We plan to have close workshops with experts. I was telling you that at some stage we'll invite head of network also and others. These are our findings. Let's move ahead with the dialogue. Because we want to impact however much we can, 25 years since the Barcelona Declaration, however much we can, the whole process of European civil society, and raise the tough questions. Because there are tough questions there. Our societies keep changing. They keep changing, right? And not only between the two sides, but within the two sides. How do you bridge all of that, right? And how do you constructively go towards this sustainable, more sustainable world where climate and sustainable development and so on are equally important, right? So this is what we have. I should say, I mean, this is, Emre Bilginer is involved in this process as part of the CIS team. He's now a professor at Istanbul Aydın University. And I'm also touched because today because Emre used to be my student, my PhD student, he's gone on and he's moved on to become a professor. And then today, Pina Eldemir, who is here, came and saw me. I did not recognize this person, another former student of mine at your house. So I'm always touched when I run into people that, I mean, I work with my students, but others that I don't work with, but I'm touched that, you know, at least some of the things, some of the passion, some of the work we're trying to do, first of all, you have it within you. Our job is to make sure that you understand that you have a voice, right? I cannot make it you believe in your passion, you have it within you. But I'm always touched when I see people that I somehow, for a while, had under my care. So this is it. And if you have any questions, if we have time, I don't know. I spoke very fast. I know you don't have the presentation in front of you, but if you have anything, let us know. We can even maybe send this to everybody, and if anyone can send us an email or something with their comments.
First of all, big applause for the interest. Thank you very much indeed for
you see,
all the.
Had you prepared me with makeup, I would not be sweating right now.
I did. This is post makeup. Thank you very much again from my side and from the participant side also for the amazing findings that you shared with us. I'd like to ask if anyone have any question.
Yes. I would like to comment a little bit. One of the questions, actually findings about the involvement of civil societies as the most active, how can they make something better? So in that regard, I would like to receive this presentation and share with our network. And with the members of our Turkish network, that will be really good. On the other hand, I have another, to say another head of being president of System and Generation International Brussels, where we are going to have tomorrow one online meeting, this virtual marathon meeting about the contribution of the migrants living in Belgium. So in that part, I'm working with someone who also underlined to me that the importance, how and how much, what major roles can all civil society organizations take, better understanding as not in between, within the ones who are living with the society. So I really want to thank you for your all findings, which are really, really harsh questions. And I will just finish with underlining that Turkey should be north, not south.
You're right. That's absolutely. Turkey and Israel also in that sense. But I totally agree. But this is how the division is. Yeah, but you're right. Anyway, I look forward to also seeing some of the results of the work. But by the way, for our other projects, which it's a novel project. The other project, which is a research project, we're looking at some of these issues, and we're going to come out with 3 publications. But we've had actually the first. That was the novelty of the project. I think why we got it, because we are involved together with the German institution Karlsruhe that sets a network for TOESA again, Stefanos Valianatos, and the University of Cyprus. And the novelty was Cyprus because we had for the first time the first all-Cyprus civil society survey between South and North. And we're looking at the findings and how, and Annalyn was very much interested in that. That was sort of a novelty. And so that's going to be interesting also about the challenges and in that context, because you said System Innovation Brussels, in September we'll be having a meeting of that project in Brussels, so we can talk about it to see how we can integrate our work. But I take all of this into consideration. We will look also at the findings, because this is also, I'm thinking that so much other work is being done, so many outputs that we might have to look at as we incorporate into our results in coming with our recommendations. Anyone else?
I have a question for one. Okay.
She was going to ask the question in the last panel, but you did not see her. She raised her hand and it was the last.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you about this very interesting presentation. My question is about the Barcelona process, because as far as I know, it was based on 3 dimensions, the political, economical, and cultural one. Yeah, okay. And as an academic, I have read about that they're all speaking all the time about the failure of the Barcelona process. And because of that, they're trying to hide this failure about the adaptation. They create the initiative of the neighborhood policy, now the EU-Mediterranean partnership. My question is kind of a personal opinion. Do you think that this process has been successful or it's a failure, as they say?
Yeah, thank you. Ikram. Thank you. So you're from where? Look, it has been successful in that we're talking about, we moved ahead, we had the social construct, and we're trying to deal with the space, right? Obviously, from an EU perspective, it makes sense. All the countries are neighbors, and you have to somehow have a dialogue with them. So in that sense, yes. And actually, the 3 baskets are what? It's what the OSCE does. That's how it works, right? There's no novelty there. But the world keeps changing. And the thing is, and this is part of the problem of the methodology of the EU, but all international organizations, they're too slow to adapt because decision-making takes time, consultation takes time. And so I think what the EU is trying to do now, because it launched earlier this year, a strategy for the Mediterranean, for the communication now. And I think the focus is on that. They're trying to figure out what, if you look at the strategy, I think it came out in March, it's the same structure. We know how the EU works when it comes to its neighbors, right? When it's neighborhood policy, even accession in that sense, and so on. But I think it started a debate. It launched a framework. You have a foundation which can do things, but much better than what it's doing. It's doing work. And for example, even access to the intercultural trends and other things that the foundation has as a risk. Who knows about it except for the people involved in this process? How do you bring it out there to the wider debate? But at least something is happening. The things that have emerged, such as a different forum, yes, we're supposed to have one in Croatia to work, but the other ones, it's good because you bring in new people and so on. But But I think it needs to be evaluated more often. The EU usually has a thing of evaluating policies every 5 years. Yes, we talk about ownership and co-ownership. Yeah, of course, we have to, but it's an uneven relationship because the funds will come from one place and the institution and the countries that have the funds want to have better, more to say. But I am glad it exists because I think the world would have been different if it doesn't exist. It didn't exist. And if it didn't, someone would have to have it invented a few years down the road anyway, in that sense. I don't know if you agree with me, but in general, I think the interaction it has promoted and institutionalized has brought its benefits. And it allows us to be discussing and to be critical within the format. I mean, and that's good too. We're focused on the Euromed area. We are focused on it, on discussing it at different levels, state level and civil society level.
But like the main reason is partnerships to make it able to integrate as and if we can count the last year's Arab Spring and the refugees, migrant problems, I don't think that they are like being successful.
Yeah, but that has crept up, you see, because this is the issue. You said you use the word security. It's okay, it's okay. You use the word because, this is the thing in academia too, the securitization of everything, right? Even migration has become a security issue as opposed to focus on integration, unfortunately, right? And so that has crept in. It was not necessarily so dominant back then in 95. It has become since. And I think that's what I'm saying. The world keeps changing. And so it creates gridlock into the proper functioning of what the original idea was. And again, the original idea. Politicians got together and said, let's do this. But then it's up to us as members of society, citizens of our countries, to say, yes, okay, let's work on it. Let's capitalize on what's out there. That's what civil society does, right? But it's true. The issue with securitization is something that's changed things. And it's one of the challenges. And this also linked to the polarization. And it's linked to so many other things that then, if you see it in that sense, yes, you say, hasn't actually been effective. But I still think it has given us food for thought, and it's producing a small group of civil society activists and others interested in thinking about the wider region. So in that sense, anyway, we can have a debate.
Any other question?
No.
I lost mine.
Oh, she has a question.
Yes, I have.
Should I sit down? 10-minute question?
No.
No.
2 hours. Okay, so because you work in civil society sector with Center for International European
From an
Studies.
academic perspective.
Yes, in your personal opinion, are the CSOs playing their role effectively, and especially during the past year with the pandemic and so on?
Well, I think some are, some are not. And I think the biggest thing, because the thing I cherish the most, and I'm an educator, I've done policy work in the past, I'm an educator, but what I cherish the most is not formal education. Yes, I understand the challenge. It's non-formal education. It's creating seminars where I bring in youth, whether I do a lot of Greek-Turkish stuff or neighborhood stuff for 22 to 35-year-olds, bring in the younger generations, keep training them. You do this also. This is what I share. So in that sense, some NGOs have understood this, and this is where you need to stress. Because, for example, this COVID crisis has also corresponded to Greek and Turkish tensions. Because of COVID, people-to-people contacts have not been possible. People do not visit each other. That too, right? But nevertheless, I've been able to do 2 seminars online. I had to adapt with Greeks and Turks. Applications were out there that applied. That were still interested in interacting with each other. So and for me, I'm not just saying that I do things well, but I'm just thinking that I see many organizations that try to focus on, and that's part of the sustainability and bringing in younger generations to continue the work, to think about the impact. Because at the beginning you go, yes, it's a survival. Is my organization going to survive this or not? But then it's okay. I am stuck like everyone else, trying to work from home. I have responsibilities towards my employees or my volunteers. How do I take it further? And I think in that sense, many civil society organizations have done this. Not all, that's what we're having a debate, but I think many have understood this, that there's a need to integrate more and to have a wider debate, because this touches everybody. Again, I don't know, this is my quick answer.
I agree 99%.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another applause for Dimitris, please. So we are. Now? Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
She do everything.
Really? Nice to see you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, I'm not. So we are moving according to the agenda, right on time. I like this. We are having a lunch break from 1 to 2:30. The break. The lunch is on 9th floor of the restaurant. It's a very nice. You'll see all Ankara. You'll have it on your hands. So before moving to the lunch break, I would like to invite you all here to have a group photo, please, with masks. It's a rule to share photos, group photos with masks. Burcu. Yes. Don't leave anyone go out. Borders are closed. Borders are closed for us. Okay, quickly please, so we don't take time from our lunch.
Please, this way.
Amazing.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Turn off the light.
Peynir, cheese.
Maybe we should turn down the screen because we put the computer down.
The computer. Thank you. No problem.
Okay, that is better.
Okay, now. Peynir.
Birkaç tane çek. You want to take a picture? May I ask everyone to point this with the finger, like this means? Okay. How do you feel the knees?
Thank you
very much. Enjoy your lunch and see you at 2:30.
There are two different things. One is if I turned off the light, can you read it?
Thank you. Thank you. I want to subscribe.
The picture is not good. The picture is not good. Blue light. Here was the remote to turn it off. Can you take a picture again? Right now. SMG. Now without mask. Now without.
Okay.
Okay, let's sit down.
Yes, you can ask
Okay, now look at mask.
without mask.
That's why I said don't have a I will follow. Okay.
It's so cool.
Okay, thank you. Okay, food time.
You have to do Photoshop because
Sen ne zaman gidiyorsun? Cuma günü. Cuma günü. Ben görüşelim. Tamam. Müsait olursa tamam. Let's go slowly. Where is the on
Do you need this? Very sorry. Esmeralda, do you need this?
I think
No, sorry.
yes. We can finish the live stream.
Yes.
Now for the game we don't need. So let's yes, yeah. But normal tables, not the long one. Yes.
Ben de gidip bırakıyorum. Çatlar. Zaten işte. Acaba nerede yani? Ha? Araları iyi oldu.
Canım ben çıktım.
Tamam.
Perşembe günü görüşürüz.
Görüşürüz inşallah.
Öpüyorum, evet, evet. Başarılar dilerim o zaman. Teşekkürler. Bana hadi toplam bir şey diyorum.
Evet. Evet. Tamam. Et yaptır ben o halde şey yaparım istedim. Tamam.
Şu şekilde yuvarlak.
Duvara, yani sandalyeleri şöyle, tamam, şöyle, herkese bir şans var, böyle şimdi tamam. Müsaitsen sana en salonda ihtiyacım var, iş görüşmesi gelmiş. Ben iş görüşmesine gireceğim ya da birlikte gidelim, salonun düzenini yapıyorum şu anda. Şöyle. Sandalye. Tamam. Böyle yapıyoruz. Ya ortaya da masa koyacağız. Tamam. Kaç kaldı?
7 tane kaldı.
Yemek yemiyor musunuz?
Yemek şu an işiniz var.
Aynen. Geç yapacağız. Şöyle. Çok yakın yapma. Ben neden paylaştık yine? Buraya gel şu bisküvileri dışarı atalım. Kaç tane var? Şu an.
5 tane.
Geri toplar.
Buradaki var.
En üstü de koymuştuk.
Ha? Herhalde.
En altı.
Sen koyabilirsin.
Tamam.
Herhalde eşyası olan kendi sandalyesini bulur değil mi?
Evet evet. Çekiyor musun?
Çekeceğim de Gülkan Bey'in direkt şeyine gideceğim. Çok iyi.
Ben kameradan çek sonra bunu. Kötü çekersek de.
Kontrol ediyoruz. Sen şey böyle olmasın ama.
Buradan çekersen ne böyle?
O kadar boş sandalye var bu kadar. Tam 38 patron. Bu sandalyeyi çıkar içine bunu da getirelim.
Evet zaten 36 dişmeden kaldık sanırım. Birkaç kişi gidiyor. 38'den az oluruz evet.
Şurada alıyor musunuz? Şey yaz. olan yer bizim bak. Sandalyelerin olduğu yere personelin alanına girmiyor. Hemen buna.
Şimdi sürekli bir şey oluyor böyle. Parlıyor.
Neyim var?
Dikkat çekiyor yani. Ben de seven birisi değilim.
Gerçeksin ne
Bundan tekrardan yazacak mıyız? Bence şey yapalım.
Numara yazacağız sadece.
Yani birimiz okuyup birimiz şey yapalım değil mi? Sence?
Sen bitir de hani şey yaparsın. Yaparız. Ben baştan başlarım, sen şu sayfadan başlarsın numara.
Doğru. Aman yanlış yazmış. Sen buradan başlarsın.
Evet. Ben sadece numara yazsanız da olur dedi ya.
Onu demiyorum.
Anladım. Ben de onu diyorum ya zaten diye.
Dur benim için sanırım. Dur ben şunu okuyayım.
Şimdi ne biçim yazıyorlar ya? Şu hangi rakam? 425 mi?
Hangisi?
925 mi? 506. Şimdi ben o numarayı nasıl bulacağım?
25 bence.
4 mü baştaki 9 mu?
425.
Yani Recai Kuş. Sence numaraları tek tek mi atayım yoksa böyle hepsini bir yazıp
Hepsini biraz bakmak daha mantıklı bence. Yani. Ben okuyayım sen hızlı.
Yok
ben telefondan mı yazayım?
Yok sen bitir şey yaparsın.
Yani sıkıntı değil, vejetaryenler versin.
Okuyayım mı? Hızlandıralım.
Sen bence aşağıdakinden kendi numarandan yaz. Böyle ikimiz de aynı.
Bunu ben mi yazacağım?
Ben yazayım istiyorsan.
Çok tatlıydı değil mi?
Çok. Ama araya gelesiye kadar da orada bir sürü bir şeyler oldu. Ve ben bu muhabbeti söylediğimde yanımdaydım. Bu çocuğa güven güvenilmez falan. Sonra ben sanki bu kızla her gün konuşuyormuşum gibi. Benim numaramı yazmama gerek var mı? Neyse yazayım.
Yaz.
Merhaba numarasını biliyorsun.
Çok iyi.
Masaları bir silin. Olur mu? Tamam. Kalsın.
Kendi kılırsınız arkadaş.
Okey.
Tamamdır. Çok teşekkürler. Çok iyi. Çok sağ olun.
Şu sondaki 3 rakam 7 mi? 98.
Evet. Peki bu 09 mu 08 mi? Şu
09. Türkiye alan kodunu yazmadım.
Ben de. Bir numarasını yanılmış. Ne güzel bir numaraymış. Kim bu? Mehmet Akif Sınmayı tanıyor musun? 0555 496 96 96. Benim tamam. Ortamda arası kaldı. Neredesin?
Son sayfayı tamamdır. Şimdi son 2 hanedeyim.
Tamam. Ben buraya devam ediyorum o zaman.
Aynen. Şu 0964 mü?
0944.
6 gibi duruyor yani.
Ne kadar çok yazmışlar. Kendim olmasa bilemeyeceğim.
Bakar mısın? Şu 6 ile benziyor.
Çünkü şeyde elimde yazdığım için öyle oldu.
Senin mi?
Benim diyorum kendim olmasa bilemeyeceğim.
0533 967
0944.
6'ya benziyor. Sondan başladım. İki tane çeşitli. 6 yok ama.
Hangisi? Olsan şey artı 34 et.
Artı 34 mi?
Tamam.
Ha, şu çift 0 artı mı demek? Şu
500 356 05. O nasıl bir numara?
aynen ben de o yüzden. Bak nasıl?
Öyle bir numara var mı? Neyse.
Yazayım bir tane. Balkonun geçti 1880.
Bir telefonla bakıp yaz aslında bilmiyorum.
Ben 990. Nasıl?
19 top. Sonuncu sonuçum. 0534
Ben yazıyorum.
438. Yağladın mı sen?
Yok.
Kopya. Sana yükleme numarası vermem lazım. Numarası kare. Bilmiyorum.
Ciddi misin? Evet, söyle. Neredesin? 593. 25, 52, 95. Tamam.
Fotoğrafları gönderdim. Fotoğrafları gönderdim.
Nasıl toplantıya? Herkes birbirini görüştü mü? Nasıl yani? Şimdi ben bir tane söyleyeyim. Şimdi şey diyeceğiz. Böyle. Hiç var. Ben bir şahane olacak. Bir tane var. Farklı sonra var.
I just came. I just came. Buy coffee and smoke at the same time.
Okay. Are you sure? Yeah. Trust me. Yes, I know. No, you don't trust me. No, I just said that. You don't want to answer it?
Thank you. Thank you.
Everything's okay.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Okay, good.
We will take it now, right?
No. No, I don't. Okay.
Where are you from?
Me, I'm from Sweden. You? Turkey. Ah, nice. What's your name?
Eylül.
Eylül.
Eylül.
Yeah, Sabina, I know.
Sabina.
Yeah. It was so hot upstairs.
Yes.
Is there a toilet here? Probably.
Yes.
I will check.
Yeah.
Değişik. Çok benziyor.
Evet.
Burada değil.
Aha. No.
Böyle bir şey yok.
Ama daha önce buna benzer etkinlikler ben kendim yaptım. Nasıl? Mesela sabahleyin bir saat konuşuyorlar.
Çok güzel olacak. Tamam. Şöyle falan yapabiliriz. Ya çok sağlıklı bir şey. Bir bak bence güzel oldu. Ben beğendim. Çok da şey olmadı yani. Nasıl olmadı? Çok sağ olun. Ama hayır. Mesleği yapmak dedim. Baba ister misin? Ege'de seni de şey orada görev aldım. Herhangi bir konu
Benim arkadaşlar sana söyleyeceğim tavsiye yaman. Ondan sonra değişik ülkeler, Avrupa ülkelerinde, değişik yerlerde eğer aktiviteler seviyorsanız insanlarla iletişiminiz zamanla devam ediyor. Çok memnun oldum.
Maybe we will come to ladies and gentlemen, I can bring my right hand. With my
Okay, we must say. Yeah, that's thank you very much.
Including this, including this.
Yes, including. Evet. Tamam, ben vereceğim.
Sen aldıysa şey yap. Projeksiyona bak bakalım.
Var mı acaba?
Alsınlar da.
Ya bu galiba şeydi ya.
Ya bunu kumandayla açıyoruz da. Ha, şu kumandanın mı? Değil.
Bu değil de Acer diğer bilgisayar bağlıydı. Acer.
Okay.
This one.
No, this one.
Üçüncüden bakayım buna.
I mean, I put this here to be more committed for me, but we can be more in this. Is it okay?
That's yok da. Bağlama konusunu düşünüyorum. Bir aç başını oku da.
Bastım.
Mine was connected, not that one.
Değil mi? Diğeri connected yani. Onu ben de atlıyorum da.
This is the Bluetooth.
Ha, Bluetooth,
I think.
Bluetooth de kablo yoksa başka neyle olacak? This is your laptop?
Yeah, it's my laptop, but why?
I think yes, I first time I saw your laptop.
Computers and
Yes,
then I can use it.
Yeah, it's mine. So it's not connected.
No, not yet.
How do we do?
Ha gelenler var, bu kolay yapacağım. Neyse. Hayır, gelenler de kolay yapacağım. Tek yerim yok. Nasıl olmaz? Tek yerim.
Yes, please check.
What are we doing?
What do we need? Printing. Where is my look? Evet, evet. Verir misin? Şimdi vereceğiz. Sonra vereceğiz. So here when we go on so now there is return. Before the yes, you know the facility. Çok yaptım. So where did I then?
Yes, okay, it's connected now.
It's connected.
So what do I need to open it?
I will open the YouTube. Let's see what they need. Okay, so you go to the Belgium view.
Is my job here done or?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
Mesela başını alalım o zaman printleri bunun içine koyalım.
Evet, iyi olur.
You're going to show the name of the file? No.
Certificate ALF. Certificate of House. This one. You can. I don't know how many people are left now here. You can. No, you can make 30 because even if there are less, I can bring for the volunteers.
30.
Because I think some people left.
If 7 left, isn't there 30? 30 is not.
Where are they? Yeah, make 30 for now. No, just if people can have what we put. Why I cannot? Where is the? Yeah.
But I don't.
Yeah, but I need to show this.
Ah, you show this there.
30 copies and take the fish because without that there is okay, take this. Thank you. I give you the money. Okay. Come on. What's going on? Okay, thank you. The sooner that you come, the better, because of this.
You are busy as hell.
I am. You can fill this for the reimbursement. And I need your uniform, please. If you have them in paper or.
No, but I can send you on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Because it's electronic.
Yes, okay.
You need
Send me on. No, send me on WhatsApp.
Or I can send you the email.
No, send me PDF, please. Yes. Okay.
No.
Okay, no problem.
I have capability finance market.
No, it's okay. If you don't have finance, then thank you. So what ticket you send?
Yes. PDF.
Are you coming or shall I start? You're not coming at all. And next thing? We get chili. Tamam. Okay, I'm starting.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Okay, the last slide. Okay, so yeah, basically like Morocco.
Yeah, sorry.
Basically, like we mentioned before, our board game, The Journey, that in 2017, April, was awarded with the Eurodesk Network Prize as the best practice in Europe. Among in the competition, there were 32 projects, like best practices of the year, and The Journey was awarded the best practice. And we are, I would say, we are proud of this outcome that we came through, let's say. And yeah, it was a project funded by the Anari Foundation in collaboration with Nate. He had the speech before. So they had developed before the board game cartoon, and then we came up with the journey. Given that in 2015 the refugee crisis of Syria here in Turkey was intensified, so yeah.
What I said.
You're not paying attention. Out. No, okay. So, say about the game.
Journey İstanbul oyunumuz 2017 yılında sesim çıkıyor mu şu an? 2017 yılında Eurodesk Network Prize kazandı. Tekrar ne demem gerekiyor biraz daha yardımcı olursanız? O sizin kimliği arasından birisi oldu. Dünya çevresindeki 32 proje arasından en iyi seçilerek oyunu layık görüldü. Tekrar translate ediyorum bunu.
It's a project funded by Anari Foundation and was done in collaboration with our Swedish partner.
Bu proje Anari Derneği vakfı tarafından fonlandı ve İsveç'teki ortalarını da beraber geliştirildi.
Yeah, after the project was implemented, and we have printed 2,000 copies of the game in English, And we have also printed, I don't remember the number of copies in Turkish, but the game is also translated in French and Arabic.
Bu oyun ilk basılında 2000 baskı olarak İngilizce çevrildi ilk başta ve daha sonra Türkçe, Fransızca ve Arapça'da çevrildi.
Yeah, one thing more to mention is that we implemented 4 exhibitions of the journey with photos of while people playing the game, but also of refugees in Mytilene in Greece. Okay, say this and then I will.
Bu oyundaki görseller, fotoğraflar Yunanistan'daki mültecilerden çekilerek hazırlandı.
Yeah, so we did 4 exhibitions of the journey. One was in Sweden, was implemented by me and Neil. We arranged in Simrishamn in Sweden. Then we did it in Mytilene in Greece, and I will tell you why. Then we did it in Izmir, Bursa, and yeah, 4, yeah. And yeah, but this was that we implemented the exhibition within the frame of the project. Then informally, the exhibition was also held in Macedonia and Bulgaria, and the game has been distributed all over Europe to and in the Euro-Mediterranean region to all our partners.
Oyun Yunanistan, Bursa, İzmir ve ne demiştik? Ve İsveç'te sunuldu. Daha sonra Bulgaristan ve Macaristan'da da ve Makedonya'da da aynı şekilde gösterildi. Fas'ta. Ve Fas'ta.
I will show you one video of the game, but also people who giving their opinion about after playing the game. And why in Mytilene? Because in Mytilene we have got to know Kostas Kinteris. Mr. Recai also met him in person. Kostas Kinteris is a fisherman from Greece who was making a living out of fishing, yeah. And for 2-3 years, I guess, if I'm not wrong, he quit fishing. And using his boat to save refugees, save refugee lives from who are coming from Istanbul, moving to Greece.
Kostas Pinteres, Midilli arasında yaşayan bir balıkçı. O kendisiyle biz zaten birkaç defa konuştuğumuz için ben alayım dedim. Bu bir gün bir sabah böyle balığa çıktığında erken saatlerde insan çığlıklarıyla, boğulmak üzere olan insan çığlıklarıyla karşılaşıyor ve balık tutmaktan vazgeçiyor, insanları topluyor. Bu ertesi gün yine aynı. Bu artık sürekli haline gelince balıkçılığı bırakıyor 2 yıl boyunca. Hatta motorunu, mazotunu da babası falan karşılamaya başlıyor. Kendi zor imkanlarıyla ekonomisi de bozuluyor. Ve kurtardığı insanlar da ağırlıklı olarak Müslümanlar. Şimdi biraz daha durumu düzeldi ama bu hakikaten bize ibretlik bir kahramanlık öyküsü gibi. Bu oyuna da ilham kaynağı.
Mr. Recai just explained in Turkish what I said in English, so for the non-English speakers, we will miss a thing.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So yeah, do you have any questions for the game? Or after when we play? Before we play the games, I will explain you. I want to show you the video. There is audio. No, there is audio, but it's not working. So how do we do it?
I will try and manage.
Okay, in meanwhile, I will. Huh? Yes. So let's take. So it's recommended that the game, one example, please, is played by people above age of at least 10. And we have delivered the game also in schools and universities who have used the game for educational purposes, as Dimitris mentioned before. It's a non-formal education tool to not only inform people but also to raise awareness on the issue, and not only by giving just a lecture in theoretical part like refugee crisis and so on, but like this, by playing this game, you really put yourself in the shoes of refugees. And as we're looking at the previous online documentary game that I was playing, which was relaxing for me to be here and just clicking those buttons, but for people who went through these difficulties and really had to take this tough decision in life, it's not easy at all. And when you play the game, you will feel that when you are left without money, or if you are caught by the police, or you are threatened by the smugglers, you feel really frustrated that you cannot go through. And maybe some of you will make it until the end, maybe some of you will not make it, but it's really tough, and it is. You learn better when you are somehow, let's say, because still it's a game, but you put yourself in their shoes. But you learn in this way better because it's kind of practice rather than just reading about the refugee crisis. Is it fixed?
No, it actually must have. It should have sound now because everything's on. But
play. Maybe we play with the phone like the other time, and
maybe
huh?
maybe we can.
What's the do?
Everything's on. Let's try to do this.
Zoom Istanbul promoviendo. It's here. Yeah, if you turn it off, it should go to you. Yeah, this one. Okay. Yes.
Tamam.
Right?
Bekle.
Hadi. Geliş.
Evet, tamam.
Which part of the game you like most? The risks and the situations and obstacle parts make me understand how tough their lives are, and now understand the difference between our lives. It's impressing so emotionally.
I realized that this is not their fault. This is all about the road policy. The game is very, very, very good. The objective of the game was for the player to
He's from Ireland.
be a refugee. How difficult that really is.
Did you like it? Did you understood more about the refugees? Yes. It's very interesting.
I really, really feel empathy for this man and his children.
She's Spanish.
That they are offended. They are also very vulnerable and very social people. Very, very nice. To understand the difference what refugees Grow your horizons for discrimination against.
Communicate with the people who are from different countries.
Widen the people's viewpoints for migrants' lives by showing them how they live in difficulties.
The party must take us home.
Will you recommend the game to your friends? Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you, my assistants. Thank you. I'm sorry. So yeah, as you saw more or less some information about the game. That is played between 2 to 5 players, and you will be placed in the 5 neighborhoods, main neighborhoods of Istanbul, Kadıköy, Sultanahmet, Üsküdar. So you'll try to arrange your journey in order to escape and to reach your final destination. On the way, I would before I explain the game, I would prefer you to place on the tables because you can while I explain, you will understand like this abstract. So you can place 6 people in one table, however it is. Someone maybe we can take a seat. Yeah. So there are 3 people here. So we feel more balanced. Thank you, Dr. for getting fed Okay, so please open the game. Yes. You can give to everyone to each member one pen. Take one pen each person. Take yes. Open the tokens. Take each person 6,000 euro. 6,000 euro. Yeah. No. This don't open this. Please don't open the opportunity card. And this one, don't open it. For the moment, take one pencil each person. Take the tokens, this one. So please open it. Take 6,000 each person. Okay. You're not playing. Okay. This. Where did I take this? Was it here? Okay, take 6,000 please, each person, and open the weekly table and place this. This, can you see me, please? Place this in the first week. This thing, cubic. Here, good bit. Big one there. Yes.
Okay, Yunus, Mehmet Akif will explain a bit in Turkish for the Turkish speakers, please, because he also knows the game. Take the other microphone, take this. Okay. You take this. Okay, so take also one the planner. Where is the planner? Okay. So take one planning your journey. Everyone starts in Kadikoy, please. Place your documents in Kadikoy. And Kadikoy, are you listening? Kadikoy is a safe place, so nobody can. So nobody, the police or smugglers, they cannot do anything to you if you are in Kadikoy. If you feel that you are not safe moving, that you feel that that you don't have the opportunity, that you are in risk, you can still stay in Kadikoy, and it's a safe zone, but on the other side, you'll not be moving forward, so you have to take risks sometimes. So, you will take so,
herkes bir tane engel, bir tane de fırsat kartı alacak. Opportunity ve obstacle yazıyor zaten. Herkes birer tane fırsat, birer tane de engel kartı alacak.
I don't know. Ya ben de bilmiyorum. Yes. And then choose one letter, so you choose this letter and big numbers, and you choose this one, you not choose many ones. According to this, what is written here, you have to make your move. So here, for example, is 7,000. You wait here, okay? Okay.
With these, you're going to plan. If you're vaccine, you get to see too much from there, but you're not like if you're on the first page, you don't have to. And then read what it says. Not supposed to show this
Yes.
You guys know what's going on? This is the end. The secret text is
Tamam, ayrı ayrı. Başka bir de no, biraz
Güzel tavsiye.
Okay, thank you.
Şuraya yaz. Kendi hesabı var. Siz devam edebilirsiniz. Ben numarayı.
şeyler olsun.
Aynı şekilde fiyatlar değiştirdik mi yoksa alacağız, getireceğiz ama onların fiyatları Teşekkürler Hilal.
Belki orada
So, yeah, the flag, the closers, this, and the gates.
Ville Marrana, come osi, le sorge prima di noi.
Hello. Sai non chi hai a che fare?
Lo so, lo so. Yeah, sure. Wait. Do you want me to turn it off?
Yes, please. No, close down.
Please, to the office with me.
Thank you.
One here.
Okay, final now.